the way it works is so stupid. And we're back. Yes, we're back. Let's go. Okay, so little crash, but it's fine. Try O.B.O.L. Try O.B.O.L. Demo. Get Lexispell. All right. So I would like to see it's seeing an area. Okay, shut up. It's seeing an area. What? Of course. Of course. Because the area... No. I was going to say the area cannot be interactor physical, but it can. It can definitely be interactor physical. It's on the wrong layer though. I will also put it on 14. Yeah, it's just not detecting otherwise. Nice. Okay, finally we're back. We're just back to where we were before. Oh my god. Okay, we can't do that. How do I deal with this? The interactor, the physical interactor should be on a different layer. Ideally, it makes more sense. Otherwise, they get confused with other stuff. I mean, there are different things, so they should be in a different layer. That makes sense. That makes sense, right? Let's do that. So we have interactors on layer 13. Not on layer 13, sorry. Why is it... Yeah, but it's layer, but it's not interactors. It's not. It's bit 12. So they will set themselves. They will set themselves on interactors. It's messy, huh? It's really messy. And I have a bunch of interactors, so they should all do that. And so maybe only the interactable physical. No. So in here you can do that. Right? That's the benefit. You can do on the interactable, you can do this. Okay, finally, all of that we don't care. Cleanup and interactable and interactor. Finally. But it's not even done. It's not even finished. I just de-broke what I broke earlier, but but in fact, I hate how Godot stays in orthogonal. It's incredible, this bug. It's incredible, this bug. Like when you switch to a side view, it switched to orthogonal auto, and sometimes it doesn't want to go back to perspective. It's such a pain. Is this the first 3D game? It's not. It is not. I've done a bunch. I've done VR and a bunch of 3D games. But it's definitely harder. For many reasons, it is harder. Just the fact that to change the color of something, you have to have a material, change the albedo and everything. Just that is painful. But in 3D, a lot of things are painful. People don't realize how painful it is, in my opinion. Usually more steps to do one simple thing. And the interactions are also more complex because they are happening in 3D instead of happening in not in 3D. I don't know how to say that. Is that a box shape? I mean, why not? Do they not work? The material overlay, do they not work? Why do I not have the instance stuff? Anyway, I need to not care about that right now. Ideally, I need to make my interaction system a little bit better. Because you see, for example, in here, it's frustrating. First of all, those two are selected at the same time. It's not normal. Even though I thought I had changed it. And then it should be also how aligned is it with your look. So if this one is closer... Why is it doing that? Hey, Spymort, it should also just grab the one that is the closest to the center. So, how's the coffee going here? What do you mean, the coffee? What do you mean, the coffee? What is this? There's an empty stuff in here. By the way, can I relaunch Discord? Yeah. Do you have your coffee? It's essential. I got it already. The coffee's flowing into my veins right now. I drank my coffee already, but I will get another one at some point. So what are we doing that is wrong? When we are interacting with a new area, if it's not an interactable click, we don't care. Okay. If we don't have anything in the interactor area, we just set this one to true. The actual interactor area is this one. Then we try to get the closest. If the closest is the one that we have, we return. Okay? So we have something in the interactor area. It is the closest. So we return. If it's not the closest, we remove the current one. We set it, we highlight state false the current one. And then we grab the new one inside of here as an interactable click. And finally, we set the interactable area set highlight to be true. Well, you know what? I have the impression that this is correct. So I don't really understand. I don't really understand why it can do it on two of them. It should really be based on the. It should really be based on the distance also. I used to have a raycast instead of an area for the interaction. I don't remember exactly why I removed it. I think it was painful, especially for things that can be picked up. It's a little bit painful to need to be exactly at the center. Especially for small objects, it's painful. But you see, the problem is that... Yeah. See, this is not normal. This is not normal. I should do a test. Give me a sec. I'll try to do a test. I'll try to understand how and why it does that. So when it enters, we're going to do something, okay? Are you ready for the entering? Okay, there's a new area entering and we already have something in interactor area? No! What? How is that possible? Why do I have nothing in my interactor area? What? Oh my god, I know. I think. Do games follow Newtonian's laws? Some of them, probably. Some of them, probably. We only want to set that to false if, I guess, if in interactor area is equal to area, then we set it to false. Otherwise, that might be why I'm having troubles. Yeah. Okay, so now let's add another thing. We want to get the closest, but we also want... We want to do two things. We want to see which one is the most... which one is the most... Maybe we get it to score, no? Instead of doing get closest. I don't know how to do that. I've done it in the past with the buttons. I think you define... The priority is how aligned it is to the current... camera. Motion, I guess. Not motion, but... you see what I mean? We need to get the angle. I think we need to do a get best candidate instead. And it's gonna return an interactable. I think we need to do that instead, right? And how do we get... How do we get that? First, we need to know how aligned it is, I guess. So maybe we do all of this. Maybe we do all of this. So we need to pass areas. It's not returning closest. We are getting a score, maybe. best score. It's a float. By default, it's 0. If score is superior, you get the score and you get the best candidate. And so how do you calculate the score? How do you calculate the score? Is it really a float, my score? I don't know. I don't care. The first thing is how aligned to the camera. So to do this, I'm gonna grab a vector from the camera. Cam vector. It's gonna be vector 3, right? It's gonna be... do I have access to the camera like that? Global's camera. I want global position plus global basis. Is that what I want? Yes, it's what I want. Global basis. The camera is facing in what? -z. -z. Fuck, where was I? Interactor. -z. I think that's it. And then I want the area vec. And the area vec is just... it's just its position, right? I'm looking... Is that what I want? Is that what I want? I can simplify that. It's just the camera global basis Z. I don't even have to care about the camera, realistically. I could care just about the interactor. No, because the player uses the camera. So I'm looking at where we're in which direction we're looking, and then I'm looking cam to area vec, right? And I'm grabbing global's camera global position direction to the area global position. I have my two vectors. One of them is here, the other one is there, and then I can go angle, or I can do the dot product. Is it the dot product that I want? I think it's the dot product. So I want cam vec dot cam to area vec. We are going to print the dot because I don't know. And the dot product will be 0 for right angle, greater than 0 for angle narrower than 90s, and lower than 0 for angle wider. When using unit vectors, the result will always be between -1 when the vector facing opposite direction and 1 0 degree angle when the vectors are aligned. Okay, so I want them to be aligned, basically. Right? Ideally. Ideally, I want them to be aligned. 1 is aligned. Okay. I'll define a threshold in here. No, I don't care about the threshold. So I have this value. I have my dot product. I have my dot product. So if it's the best one, it's 1. And then what do I want to do? I want to divide by the distance. Okay. I want to divide by the distance. The bigger the distance, the lower the score, even if it's very aligned. So I think that's it. My score is just the dot divided by the distance. If we want to make it a bit more readable, we can like increase that by like 100, just to make it a bit easier to see. This is not just easier to see. This gives... No, this is the same, right? But times 100 might be a lot. Times 10, right? And so everywhere we want to do get best candidate. Back from the nap. Theme revealed. Theme revealed. What is this? What is the theme? Spin to win. I was thinking of buckshot roulette, but with a coin. Spin to win. Okay. You could make an arcade game where you just spin. You could make a Beyblade game. What am I working on? Oh yeah, getting the best. How can this be null? Oh, because getting the best candidate can give me nothing? How can this be null? Maybe I should start with something that is very bad. That way we can have something. Didn't fit well any of my two ideas. True. My dot product is 0. My dot product is completely negative. It's the exact opposite of what I thought it would be. Because my camvec is supposed to be minus. Okay, let's put it to the test. It doesn't work. It works very badly. Oh. I'm stupid. The problem with this system is that I'm just looking at the interactable when it enters. Realistically, I need to look at that every frame. Because if you're moving, then this doesn't enter the area. I need to do the check every frame. Because if we do this... Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. The highlight is not showing me what is going to be the actual thing. Right now, the highlight is showing me this. But if I look over here... I'm grabbing the second one. Okay, so the highlight has to happen all the time. Unless I make a revolver gun-centered light gun shooter. And you put only one bullet at a time and spin the magazine every shot. Yeah. Spin to win is not an easy thing. There will be a lot of gambling. There will be a lot of gambling. There will be, you will have games like, how is it called? You will have games where you have to rotate your... like an object to go through level. There will be a lot of... there will be some objects like that. You know, there's a game where it always rotates and you need to move as it's rotating, or you need to rotate yourself. You could imagine some sort of platformer where you only move when you rotate or something. Poly gambling, yeah. Okay, so we need to do that all the time. Do we agree? I think we need to do that all the time. But it's going to... we need to do it differently then, because we need to check all of them. Another day, another battle. Spin to win. I imagine something where you control the character by... the character is like being attached to... the character is like being attached to a rope. So you move it by, like, you know, dragging the character. And it has like a sword, or the sword is attached to the character, and you're dragging it around. Basically, the sword is always lagging, and you drag the character, and then it does by spinning it attacks basically, right? And it's very physicky. It's very physicky. So if you hit an object, the thing goes on it, or maybe wraps on it, and then you have to go the other way. I don't know. I don't have anything fancy that sparks specifically. All generic ideas. Yeah, I see. Spin to win. What can you spin to win, basically, right? Spin your luck. Spin an object. Spin the camera. Horrible. Or you can take it very literally, and the game is like a Simon Says in a way. Like, you are either spinning or not spinning. You see what I mean? You are either spinning or not spinning, and you need to spin enough to win, like you're charging something. And so you have a bunch of rules. It's like a WarioWare. You have a bunch of rules appearing on the screen, and the rules are all different, but at the end of the day, it just tells you if you're allowed to spin or not. And so you have the new thing, it's like, 3, 2, 1, and there's this thing, and it does it for a limited amount of time. If you understand that you're allowed to spin, then you need to spin really fast, maybe with the mouse or with the joystick. And if it says that you can't spin, then you have to not spin. And the goal is to win as fast as you can, and there's a leaderboard. This is a fun like WarioWare idea, in my opinion, where the mechanic is simple and the game is simple, so you put everything in the juice. But I'm not doing it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, selecting the closest. So over here, we get which one to highlight. And we get it. And then for all of the others, for area in areas, if area is the in interactor area, we continue. Otherwise, we say area set highlight state false. Is that what I should do? Why is this one not selected here? You know what? Because we're doing it every frame, we should not be doing this. I thought you should always use the method you are using for interaction and end up switching to a raycast because it was too annoying to deal with. Yeah, but I used a raycast in the past, and I didn't like the raycast. Especially for small objects, the raycast is boring. It's boring. It's not boring, it's it doesn't yield good results. Real gambling is probably illegal, but we are talking about fake gambling. Maybe I can try to make my tile road where you only allowed to rotate the tile to go to the exit. Ah. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, maybe you do your idea and you slightly modify it to fit the theme. So for example, you spin to get the next tile or something. Or you spin everything, right? So you spin the rotation and you spin the what is the room that you get or something. That could work. My game is a painting game, in fact. This doesn't even work. This fucking annoys me. Okay, this is really annoying. It is annoying because we need to know... We need to remove all of the things that are not in the area. So maybe specifically for the click, I use a raycast. I'm trying to remember why I switched from a raycast, because I know, especially in the game that we made with O.B.O.L, and at some point in the, not this one but the previous one, we were using a raycast, and it was very spotty. And I'm trying to remember why it was spotty like that. I don't remember why it was spotty. It stops on the first thing that you see in the center of the screen. So maybe when you want to grab something that is... I mean, you look at it. Spotty, Spotify. I wonder if you were using 3.6. 3.6 what? I'm using Godot 4 right now. Godot 4.7. So the problem that we have is... we don't remember the other ones. We don't remember the other ones, so we need to keep track of all of the... We need to keep track of all of them. We need to keep track of all of them. It's an array. It's an array. Let's just do an array, I guess. You said it was spotty before, so I was wondering if you were using Godot 4. Godot 3.6 had no problem with raycasts. It's not an issue of which version of Godot. It's just that a raycast is a single point, and that can lead to some issues. Like you have a set table of X on Y empty tiles with one entry and one exit. You choose one of 3 tiles, and you can rotate the tile, or even the table itself, to put the tile and try to connect the entry to the exit. Okay? But it's random. The rotation is random, or you rotate it yourself. You rotate it yourself, right? So it's more like a puzzle game in this case. What is preventing you from connecting it? The tiles themselves, I think. Not at all well suited, so you will have to manage to connect them wisely. Okay. And maybe you can have, like, on your table, you can have things to avoid. Maybe you can introduce two different things to make your the path that you choose a little bit more interesting. You have, like, enemies, and you have, like, coins or something. Alright? So each time you go through the table, you try to avoid the enemies because you have a limited amount of health, and if you go through an enemy, you lose 1 health. But you can still do it, but you lose 1 health. It might not be the best option. And you can get a coin, or get a health, or whatever. Right? Maybe. So people have an incentive to find an interesting path. So what am I trying to do here? Can you remove something from an array? Can you do minus areas? Does that work on arrays? Can you do remove array? No, you can't, right? Maybe erase. Yeah, but you erase just one thing. I don't know, maybe not. The first occurrence of value from the array. Shit, I'm wondering if I'm doing that, honestly. Fixing the enemies encounters coins on the table directly at random or so, yeah? You can't do that. You want those that are not in area anymore. It's the opposite. It's the opposite you want to do. This feels very complex for what I'm doing. My brain is fried. I've been at this since 6 this morning. Maybe I need to switch to something else a little bit. Those fucking interactions, they're driving me nuts. I'm getting the current areas. I'm looking at every area that we had in the past area. If the area... But I'm looking at that. If it's not in areas... If it's not in the current areas, then I remove. Hey Mike, how are you doing? Okay, that's better, right? Okay, that's smooth. It's a little bit finicky. Why this one? Why the below? Why it takes so long for it to go over there? In your opinion? Right? If you have an honest opinion, what do you think? It looks like the distance is too important. The alignment should be the most important. No? What? Hello, friend there in chat. Hello, Mr. Iptic. You're doing good. I'm doing good, Arkham. How are you doing? Get best candidate. Doing good, thanks. My dot product is going to be between 0 and 1, and I'm dividing it by the distance. So what does that look like? What does that look like? C-make? No, absolutely not. Imagine I have one that is 1, and it has a slightly higher distance. So it's like divided by 2, 0.5. The other one is like 0.8. But it's closer, 1.5. 0.5. Yeah, I feel like this is fine. I'm not entirely sure. Is my camera vector correct? I'm looking at the center of the object. I will still print a score, I think. Print score. I will do dot 0.1f. I will do dist 0.1f, and I will do score. Can I do .f? Does it work? 0.0f. How long ago have you started prototyping this game? Do you have a concept or ideas? Do you feel comfortable sharing it? We started prototyping yesterday. We did a lot of prototyping, and 2 days ago we prototyped a little bit, but it was very late, so I didn't do much. It's an incremental horror game where you process meat, and I'm not sure about everything yet. Score is 11. Let me check that, for example. Right there. The score is 10. It's not switching. It looks like it's not switching. Until I don't see the other one. I need to print something else. Is it a horror game targeted at people like me, vegan? I'm not exactly sure yet. So everything that I say is subject to change. Okay. The idea is I want to make an incremental game. I want it to be 3D. I want it to have some amount of physicality to it. I want it to be horror themed. Not saying that it will have jump scares or anything. It will be horror themed. Because it's cool and it will allow me to maybe put a little bit of story in it. I want to talk about processing meat. Because I want to talk about the meat industry in the subtext. I think it's kind of obvious. So you are going to be part of it. You're going to take part in the process. Basically. I don't know if it's nice, but yeah. Let's print the area also. Maybe I need to have a name. It's not switching, even though the other one has a better name, has a better score. And it's only switching when it finally has a better score. I don't understand. You see how it's switching too late? Why do you see two of them? Oh... No. Why do you see two of them? Are you like seeing yourself? Are you like seeing yourself? I don't understand why it's doing that. M'énerve, ça m'énerve! Sa race. Salut, excuse-moi, je parle en français, mais j'ai l'impression qu'il ne pique que la face du dessus, normal pointé vers le haut. Non. Parce que c'est une aria qui check. Donc il n'y a pas de normal qui rentre en jeu. Is it some boucherie ethic kind of vibes? Don't know if you've seen this documentary on YouTube. I don't think I've seen it. If not, I recommend it. Okay. Are you using ray tracing to get the object? I was using an area because in a previous project I was using areas because it makes picking up a bit more precise. The thing is, when you want to pick up stuff and the things are not extremely big and you want to pick them fast, not being able to pick up this object in here because you're not looking at it directly but you're here is not fun at all. And this is the problem with raycast, right? It will be very precise, but then you have to actively be looking at it. And the thing is, when you have a game like that where possibly you pick up stuff and you throw it, it will be incredibly unsatisfying. So the thing is, I'm using an area. This is not a problem. I just feel like my thing is picking up. Is picking up. Who's the parent of those fuckers? He's picking up the wrong stuff. Hey, Gummy. I really need to move on to something else because we are losing a lot of time for something that is not super important. Can we get a better name in here? Can we get a better name? Like, can I get the name? And can I get the owner in here? So area, owner, name. We'll do object, owner, %s. Oh, prototyping is just the best part of game dev. It is the best part of game dev. That is very true. But sometimes it's not fun because you're stuck on small little details for a long time. Okay, rigid basket. Okay, perfect. So we have a good example in here. Let's test. In here, we can clearly see this rigid body. And when I move over there, they have the same score. What do you mean they have the same score? Why? The dot product is the same? This is impossible. My calculation is wrong. Don't you think? I perfixate on the most useless things, tiny useless details. Yeah. That's the problem. Why do I not see it? Is it too small? Is it being cold? Is it being cold? Extra cold margin. Make it big. I don't want that to be cold at all. Let's put a material. Let's say unshaded, motherfucker. Show it to me! Why is it not showing? Why is it not showing? Am I crazy? Why is it not showing? Oh, because of the near. Interesting. If it's perfectly straight, I don't see it. What is the smallest degree I can get? No, not on there. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll look at it after the stream, if that's fine. Do you have another collision box triggering the boxes? No. Really, what I don't understand... Absolutely no rush. Really, what I don't understand is... Ah! It moves the fucking windows! Ah! Why is it doing that, you motherfucker? Sorry. The dot products are the same. I'm really confused. How can they be the same? How can they be so close? Because then the rigid body 3 is the only one that stays because its distance is smallest. But the dot product with this one should be much smaller, right? How can they be both one? How is it so unprecise? There's an issue with my dot product right there. Do you agree? Do you see what I mean? What am I doing? I'm doing the cam vec dot to the cam to area vec. I think you're crazy. Maybe I am. But why is it so unprecise? What can I do? I'm losing too much time in here. It's already 5 PM and I'm still doing that shit. Oh, I'm fucking stupid, maybe. Okay, fuck it. We'll see later. We'll see later. But there's a problem here. I only have issues, but maybe it's not a big deal, and maybe I should just move on to other things. Because this is also an issue. This doesn't let go correctly. Right. This doesn't let go. Why? I don't know. Oh, the way it's done is so stupid. The way it's done is so stupid. You have started an interaction with something. You have started an interaction with something. When you stop, you want to stop it. I don't even know why I would be looking at stuff and removing the interactions. The logic is really wrong in here. The logic is really wrong on this thing. Stupid. you can set physics process to true all the time, but you set process to false just there. And if there's no interaction, you do that. That's what I want. It should let fucking go! It doesn't let go. It drives me fucking nuts. Okay, it has way too much torque. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that. It still does the same as the angle-based one, I feel like. Even though this should not apply torque, because it's basically perpendicular to the thing. You see what I mean? I don't even know why it does. Will it be better? I'm taking a quick break. I think we need to have like we need to work on a game loop. I can be stuck on the interactions. I'll make them better as we go. We need to do a game loop. These interactions can be refined forever. See you in a bit. Bye. So I'll make something. Oh, wait, sorry, I thought you were going on a pause. No, I will go on a pause, but I got distracted. Okay, I'm going on a break. See you in 5. Oh fuck, my stream deck doesn't work. Ah, because everything crashed, I forgot. Give me a sec. I will press on all the buttons manually then. Oh my god, life is too difficult. Incredible. Incredi-fucking-ble. Emitting is equal to true, okay? Emitting is equal to fucking true. You fucking what, mate? You fucking what? I want to... I need to calm down. I need to calm the fuck down. Okay. Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem? The modulate is not being used. The modulate is not being used. Because by default, when there's a shader and go to 4, the modulate is not used. The fucking modulate is not used. Sorry about that. It's made with a polygon because I don't have anything rounded right now. I could be not a fucker and create a sprite and then go in here and then create a gradient texture 2D and then use fill radial and then put that in here in the middle and then go in here, put it to white and then go in here and put it to alpha and then go in here and put it to full white and then put it to here, and this would be my anti-aliasing, and now I have created a bowl. I could do that, but do I want to? Well, I guess I did it now, so maybe I want to. Happy to help. Happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. I am happy to fucking help. Happy to fucking help. What do you think? I am happy to what? To fucking help. I am happy to fucking what? To fucking help. Fucking fuck. Happy to help. Who? Happy to help what? What do you mean happy to help? What do you mean happy to help? You didn't do anything. Are you going to take the things even though you didn't do anything? Are you like that? Are you going to do that? You can't. I'm clearly superior as a developer than anyone anywhere. Dupe, dupe. Okay. Dupe. 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 Okay. If I do it fast enough, I can just make it rotate. Like a helicopter. But with a label. Back. Is to automate my standing desk, because at the moment I have to hold the button. So I want to use a simple thingy to do that. Fuck, my light fell. Sorry. I was lying on the back, like, before going to the party or something, like, for like 5 minutes. And she came right on my chest. It was terrible. Terrible because she's heavy. She's fuck. Also do it. Right? You can do it. But no pressure. Alternative control. Alternative control. I'm going to take that player control and I'm going to put it right there in the fucking middle. Right? Right there in the fucking middle. Boom. I put it right there. And every time you're checking the button, the modulate is not being used. Okay, my stream controller is still broken. I think I kind of need to define another area. Which will be the actual game. No. What is a good icon for the game? What is a good icon for the game? A steak? A meat grinder, yeah, but I need to have like poultry eaten. I could have that. No, but I will use it for the actual meat. Oh wait, you mean for the node? Yeah, for the node. Meat? That's just cool. We have meat. That's kind of cool. I used something in Lexispell, but I don't remember what it was. Something that felt gamey. But I don't remember. Come on. I don't see anything that looks gamey enough. I'm pretty sure I used something. I just don't remember what. It would have made sense to use the same thing. I'm gonna use a play button because fuck it. Did I save that already? No. Okay. Class name game. Okay. We can kind of go back to everything that we had in the playground, I guess. That will be one way to do it. Let's add that scene game.tscn. Let's make it the main scene also, even though I won't use it right now. Is this icon thing new? It's an add-on. It's called @icons. It comes with a bunch of icons. Okay. So in here, we don't have those bodies. We don't have these obstacles with a debug label. We don't have this ramp. I think we'll put the hole at the center. Position X0, 0. I think we'll put the hole at the center. Hey, Fragment. I'm trying to imagine how I want that. I don't even think you have those buttons or anything. Also, the reset area doesn't do this. We can have maybe a marker. Player spawn. I guess I kind of need that. So, let's do a few things. Dispenser is right over there. It's outputting in that direction. So we need to kind of do something about that. But I think the dispenser is somewhere else. I think the dispenser is much further away. Like, much further away. Because that's the whole point. Yeah. The dispenser maybe has a bunch of lights, or it has like an omni light on it. So you can actually see something. The mix of this sounds interesting. Looking forward to seeing your take on it. Thank you. Okay, theoretically, I also want somewhere around here, I also want like an actual room. I'm gonna use a CSG box. Let's move that right over there. What is the normal ceiling height on a room? Not 4 meters, right? But I think it's fine. We can have a little bit more. In terms of Y, it should be at 1.5. No? What? Oh, because I put it to 4 meters. Yeah. It should probably be aligned. Why is it zooming in so fast? Is it because I'm not on the right stuff? I kind of hate 3D navigation in Godot. I'm just probably not used to it. If I do flip face, it will be just an interior. That's a little bit of a problem, right? So to have both an exterior and an interior, I need to have two things. Is there no way? No, but that's not how I do. That's not how you do it. Completely forgot. And then you do room interior. maybe you flip the face on these ones. And this is a subtraction. Okay, that works. Okay, imagine this is open. Interaction spawn. Oh, it still has stuff? Okay. So you are here, you have your dispenser, you have your room. This is where you end the night. Could be smaller than this, maybe. Can I move both of them at once? No, of course not. $10 meters. This is really painful the way it works. Why is that open all the time? Okay. Not really. I'm wondering if I can easily if I can easily do a door with my interaction stuff. That would be interesting. It is the worst part. Setting up stuff. Okay. And any third-party apps for this? Quake editor? Oh yeah. I will do it in like Blender probably. I won't have a lot of stuff to. I won't have a lot of stuff to do, so it's gonna be fine. Oh. Why do I see nothing in this view? Because I have walls, right? Yeah, probably. I don't have a move. Right? I have a move in here, but move is just doing that. I would need another interaction type. Do I put it on the interactor click? Interaction. Rotate. Where do I put them? I put everything that's interactable, apparently. I already have one, I forgot. Fuck it. It doesn't matter for now. It doesn't matter. What I need to do is... What? What I need to do is I need to have that working. I don't know if it's maybe a bit too close. Why am I not able to go inside? Why is this fucker doing this? Okay, let's remove that. Let's remove that for now. This door, use collision. No. The room interior is done. Okay, the door hole. Okay, so I can go inside, right? Yeah. I guess we should have 2 spawn points for the player. Because if we fall into the hole, maybe we don't want to start again here. I'm not exactly sure. Okay. Something like that. I think in the environment, inside the room, we have another CSG to represent kind of where we want things a little bit. Is it automatically using collision because it's a child of this? I guess. Maybe at some point I'll start using assets. I don't know how. I feel like the difficult thing about making this incremental in 3D so far, maybe I spent a little bit too much time on the interactions, not being entirely sure if I would need those. But compared to a 2D one, 2D, you can very quickly have like a bare bones stuff that is cool. I feel like this requires more moving parts. So it's harder to stay motivated. Like, I'm already not motivated anymore. And the thing is, the actual making of the incremental part is not necessarily super fun. You see what I mean? It's the end result that is fun. The process itself, not necessarily that much, at least right now. Maybe it's because I've been up since 6 this morning and I'm just tired. So theoretically, this triggers the skill tree and everything. Skill tree is very reusable, whatever project I do. I think. Maybe. I don't even know how I will achieve this. So let me see. You arrive here. You are on your bed. You are on your bed. Oh yeah, I'm stuck because of my feet. You see, I can't do that. Puzzle Beast, thank you for the raid. I'm stuck on the thing. Then you have the compute. But what the fuck? Who is saying that? So if you have an interacting with, you stop it. But it could be super far from there. It makes absolutely no sense. And then you go back. Okay. Hello everyone. I need a way to put it in here. I need a way to put it in here. do that, I guess. Something like that. Receiver. I guess I need to think about how I set the values. Seto, are you here? I'm wondering how I'm handling all of the values from the incremental part. Are you like simply grabbing do you have like one file which is like your stats or your values and you reference that everywhere? Like you call values and you get, I've made a note of data. Yeah. Okay. That probably makes a lot of sense. I don't know if I like data. Values, data. I mean, data, it makes sense. I don't need anything else, I think. Are you referencing them by keys? Didn't make it at the start, but refactored it because it was a mess to find where all the stuff was. Oh yeah, I know that. I've applied sort of name conventions. The problem with enums, I'm thinking about using enums. The problem with it is I will end up in a situation where I have a lot of them and they're very close, and modifying everything is a little bit... I mean, modifying strings is the same. I just don't like the idea of having a bunch of strings everywhere. It sounds like a nightmare. But all with hazards, XX modifier also. Yeah, it sounds like a nightmare, honestly. So you have what? You have like a big dictionary, or you have like a... or you have like a bunch of variables. You have a dictionary and you get the values. I don't know if I want my dictionary to be a huge list or if I want it to be organized in a way. You see? I'll get back to see it. You don't even know how you're applying your values. This is the core of an incremental. What do you mean? I'm tempted to have categories. I just think that at some point the categories will not make sense. I've done it on November, December. Okay. I feel like the categories will not make sense after some point, because maybe some things are like kind of related, but not like I'm not sure. I guess I'll just refactor. I also, categories will make it more difficult to get the value, right? Imagine I have values, which is a dictionary. Imagine I have the values and it's a dictionary. And then my dictionary is... I've done it in a brute force way. Oh my god. See, I'm imagining categories like that. And I'm imagining a value. That's how I'm imagining it. It doesn't sound too bad if I do it like that. The category can be player, can be maybe the spawn. I don't know what the categories are. A funk with a big match? What? And you're giving like the value of the variable based on the name. You recreated a dictionary basically. Is that what you're saying? You can have the objects. You can have... In the objects, maybe you have a bunch of stuff, you know. And in the values, you have all of your values. But the values... The values should be unique. The categories are just here to help you organize stuff. But the values at the end of the day are unique. And you can rearrange them however you want, I guess. The main issue with the dict will not grab a variable, but the value of it at the start. But you'll update them. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean. The thing is, you should have like default values or values default. It's where you set the default and then the values get recreated based on that. I have a bunch of variables that are my stats I use everywhere, but I can't catch it in a dict. I'm still unsure about what you're saying. You're using the stat in what sense? Like you're modifying the value? Or you're just getting the value? I'm not sure what you mean. A dictionary is a value. It's the same thing. You can't put var int in a dict. But you can put the value. I really don't see what you... Give me an example of what you would like to do, and you can't do it because it's a dictionary. Are you saying you can't type? You can't say what type it is? Maybe that's an issue. Maybe having a bunch of variables is easier, and you can still have a reference to that. I guess. I don't know. One thing for sure, I guess, is that I don't... I mean, do I want to do resources? If I do resources, I need to have an easy way to modify everything. The problem is that I kind of need resources at some point to get the icon, the description, and stuff like that. Oh my god. It's all of what I hate. It's all of what I hate. var my stat int equal to 5 var stat dictionary enum stat my stat will only grab the initialization of my stat, but if I update it with an upgrade, it will not take that into account. Oh, but because you're putting the variable into a dictionary, but you put the value and then you update the dictionary itself, you don't use the value. You don't use a variable and a dictionary, you use either a variable or a dictionary. Your dictionary is the variable. You see what I mean? What I'm thinking of doing is everything accesses the same dictionary, not different variables. You access the same dictionary and you get your value and you update your value there, etc., etc. Dictionaries rocks, yeah. I see, but I started with value, so it was easier for me to switch function. Yeah, I totally get that. I totally get that. So you have both variables. You have both variables and resources then. But the resources, you're only using them to like describe what it is, and you don't use them to hold any values. Are you planning to add quantized dither? I already have some dithering, but it's not strong. No resources on my side. Oh, okay. So where are all the description, the label, and the names and the icons for your upgrades? How do you store them? This will be a separate object, the receiver, so you can switch to another one. It's just a big enum of all the skills upgrades available and a JSON with all the links to this enum. The same enum that is in the switch function to grab associated variable. Okay, I see. Ah, so you have an enum. Okay. Okay. I'm very unsure about how to proceed. And jump from 10 to 10 on each different upgrade, so I can add a bunch with values if needed. Yeah. Yeah, I was imagining that too. Yeah. Not fun. Not fun stuff. May not be the most efficient, it's only the way I figured out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think about something that... something that is easy to implement, easy to save, and easy to work with. Because having a bunch of stuff in different places is not fun. So dealing with resources and then with other things is not super fun. That being said, I need some tooling, I guess, possibly. I might sound burned out. I've just been there for 12 hours. I'm a little bit tired, I think. The cool thing on my skill tree, I have just to put the enum on and it autofill everything. Just keep only this and the price. Yeah. And then how do you work? What is your structure for the tree then? How do you define your tree? Because right now you told me how you define your values. What are the things that are linked to it? So like the definitions and everything. How do you define what is going to do what? Like what is linked to what, and what needs to be unlocked before and stuff like that? Do you have something specific? The other day I was watching it was a while ago, but I was watching Kebabscal, and he was making a tool that was basically doing the references for him, I think, for the skill tree. I have a tool that auto-links the skill with its children in the Godot tree. Oh, so you have an actual tree. Your upgrade tree is an actual tree. Like the things are children of the other things. I've used the Godot tree structure to film the tree. Okay. Okay. Watching you code made me feel bad about my spaghetti code. I'm not doing anything, Frog. Really clean work you're doing. Thank you. And I'm not doing anything. Got another export to fix the required level of the parent. Oh, yeah. I think I need to sit down and... Using the tree sounds so much nicer than a giant dictionary. Should it do that? I don't know if it's a good idea, honestly, because it means that it lives inside of the Godot tree. So if you want to have it abstracted away, like you don't want to see it. You know what I mean? You don't want to see the actual tree, but you want to have it. Like you don't want the tree to exist in the world, but you want to have it. It sounds a little painful. The only limitation on this is that I can't have two parents for a children. Two parents for a children. Okay, you can't like go merge. You can't merge back. Empty function is the ultimate clean code. Yes. No, but yeah, I'm just super tired, and we are arriving at a part that I don't want to do, basically. Especially I don't want to do it all over again a bunch of times, but I think I will have to. Maybe it's fine. Like I can't lock a skill behind two parents. You can't lock a skill behind two parents. Yes. Yes. I think I will define a data structure instead. So I don't think it will necessarily be a resource, but the way I would see it is a skill. A skill is what? A skill is something that has a name, a description, a price, and requirements. And the requirements usually are another one that is unlocked, right? And the requirements, yeah, that's it. And it's tied to a value. So maybe the value is like an enum. That doesn't sound that bad when you put it like that. And so if that is the case, it could be a resource. It could be a resource. And just we make a tool. We make a tool to ease the creation of the resource. A state, locked, affordable, etc. Yes, a state. Yes, locked, unlocked, and can purchase. Yes, you're right. Me when the value is an enum. I think I saw a plugin for ability tree stuff. Yeah, it's called Ig tree, right? Or something like that. Yggdrasil, it's called. I saw it also. Usually I don't want to use plugins like that. Because then you're locked into something, and the thing is, it's my experience with plugins that are trying to do generic stuff like that. It's two things. One, either it's weirdly made and at some point you're stuck and you have to modify it, which maybe is okay because you have a starting point, but you have to fit in that specific way. Or two, it's overcomplicated for no reason. And I mean, it's not because it's not for no reason. It's just overcomplicated because it's trying to fit all of the possibilities out there. It's a case-by-case situation. So I don't know this thing. Maybe we can try it. I'm a little bit afraid. Yggdrasil Node Tree Editor is an editor tool and runtime scripting system for creating, editing, and managing and using node-based trees in games. It is designed for structures such as passive tree, spell trees, and other graph or node-based or node-driven system, giving you both the tooling to build them and the runtime support to use them in-game. Yeah. Like, for example, I don't like that on the Godot asset store, there's no way to, like, see the things in full screen. This is a pain. Okay, let me zoom in then. The cool thing is that you have a grid and you can see what they are. You still have a node at the end of the day in here. But you don't have to, you can connect them freely. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. But it's handling the visuals at the same time. I don't think I like that. I don't know what to think. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid. I'm a little bit afraid. If a plugin is a black box that you just care for the output, might as well. Like Dialog Manager and Dialog Jig. Yeah. But if you look at Dialog Jig, for example, it's incredibly complex. If your goal is just to set up, is just to have something that pops on the screen and you can click to go to the next one. I made the dialog system for O.B.O.L in like 2 minutes. It's a queue and you press to empty the queue. Using something like Dialogic would be nuts for this, in my opinion. It would not be easier. The time you need to understand how it works and set up things correctly. Same thing is true for like things that are doing state machines, or it's very difficult because unless you find something with which you vibe a lot, it doesn't give you the same freedom as, I don't know. It's I would be careful. Okay, let's try to do that as well. I don't know what I want to output, so that's kind of the problem, you know. So I need something to output. I need something to output. I agree, I prefer to work a bit more, but have something that feels my needs and know exactly how it works. Yeah. It depends for what. I feel like, for example, with that logic, we could say, oh, but why are you using an engine then? Because the engine is doing so many things that I don't care about. At the end of the day, how exactly the physics is being calculated by the physics engine, I don't really care about. My end goal is I'm dropping an object and it goes down. I feel like a skill tree is specific enough that it's very difficult to make something generic. I would actually prefer something that is generic in the sense that I can just define resources and it's maybe helping me to connect them, and it's just that. It's giving me kind of a structure. It doesn't give me stuff to edit the visuals and everything. I just want the structure. And then from the structure, I can build the visuals quite easily. But maybe, I don't know. I know it will be a pain. I know it will be a pain because I don't want to do it. But, yeah. So when we grind, what we need to check is we need to check the rot point. We need to check the progress of the rot point basically every frame. So past rot. More a template than a plugin then. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. The problem with the plugin is that very fast it's going to become complex. I think I prefer someone that is sharing their tool. Like someone made a little tool for them to be able to edit their resources in a nice way, and they're sharing that as is. And you know you will have to figure out some stuff and modify some things. The problem, the moment something becomes a plugin, it usually becomes much more complicated than it should, because it's trying to be generic and it's trying to fit a bunch of use cases. Usually. Just look at the plugins that are doing camera shake. Some of them are crazy. Some of them are crazy because they're trying to do everything. The thing is, you rarely need to do everything. So you end up with a huge system that has a bunch of moving parts, and you have to figure out what is what. It's like adding another engine into your engine. So yeah. Okay, let's try to do this. Let's try to do this grinding stuff to see if it works, right? Let's go. So in the process we grind. In the grind we do var delta rot delta. It's a float. It's the current rotation. So it's a rot point times rotation minus past rot, and then you say past rot is equal to rot point dot rotation. It's true, I only care about the specific rotation, but I don't know how to extract that. But I know it's plus Z, so I think I'm just going to not care. And I'm just going to do that. For now, maybe we'll change it. I don't need something that is generic, I think, right? We probably need to display somewhere where we are in the process. I don't know how. We'll do something, maybe just display something on it. For now, we'll do print rot delta, and I'll check in the logs. I can put it on a debug though. For now, I can put it on a debug. Let's do that. I have a debug label. Debug process. I'm maybe I should call it a day and maybe play a game or something. I'm super tired. But I'm tired also because it's not motivating, you know. Text, and I just put %d rot delta. I don't need to do that. Where do I put my debug? Will I see it if it's right there? I guess. Strangely, I'm super energized because I'm starting to prototype. What are you doing? You're doing the idea that you talked about? I was super energized when I was prototyping, but right now I'm moving to the setting up the game loop, and it's always it's always too big. That's why I started talking about how do you save the values and everything, because I'm like, oh yeah, I want to, but maybe I can just set up the game loop without the actual upgrades and everything. I'm just setting up a game loop and there's no progression, and then I add the progression and it's fine. You see what I mean? I'm tempted to do everything at once, but it doesn't have to be. This didn't count as an action, so I can't do Control Z. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. 3D is a pain for that also. People don't realize moving stuff in 3D is more painful than moving stuff in non-3D. Just remember that it's painful. Please do. Okay, now I don't have the right tool. And I can't move that. Yeah, but it's going to move it at the wrong spot, no? Am I able to grab the right thing? What? Why is it bigger? Because it moved. Why am I touching this? We don't care. Tile thing, yeah. I'm halfway the running animation of one of my game's character. I'm having my brain melting. Good luck. That's the way I'm doing mine here. Just checking the main loop. Okay. It's in your video that there is some cool shortcut for snapping, no? There is, but the problem is snapping is set to a grid. So maybe you have a grid that is 1 meter, but then you need a separate grid. There is, I know my issues are partly because I'm not used to the navigation enough. But you can't remove the fact that it's another axis to care about, whereas in 2D you're just moving around. It's simpler. And also I've done a lot more 2D in my life, but it's fine. Where is my debug progress? I need to see it maybe, right? Blah. Yeah, okay, we don't see anything. Maybe I'm putting it somewhere here. And so what do we see? The progress. We kind of need the threshold, right? So those are values that we'll need to move to the data layer at some point. Move to data layer because this is the progress stuff. Var progress threshold. I don't know how to call it. I don't know how fast it's going to go. Var progress speed float. What is the speed? 2? This is not enough, I think, but I don't know. Right. You do that at the very end. So in here, what do? You don't have... No. You're doing grind progress plus equal progress speed times rot delta times delta, I guess. I'm passing it, right? I guess I'm passing it. In here, I'm passing the grind progress. And then we're checking if grind progress is superior to grind threshold. Then we spawn the output and we reset the grind progress to 0. Is that okay? And the next frame, we're going to show that. Shkishkashku, shkishkashku, shkishkashku. 0. Oh, and this fucker is buggy again. What? What? I'm not fixing this right now. I'm switching it to press. Goodbye, motherfucker. This is not a person D that we want. We want like a person 1F, maybe. That's how programming feels. I'm not switching that. I'm switching it to progress like that. It's not going in the right direction, by the way. Why is it going in that direction? I'm rotating it in what? in Y. Oh, this would be minus? Why would it be minus? Because of the transform, because of the rotation. Why is it rotated 93 degrees, by the way? You're turning into a duck like Vinny Vine Sauce when he game rages. Maybe. So it doesn't rotate in the right thing. In here we have rotate axis, rotate speed. We can have var rotate sign. It's a float, and in this case it's -1. Right, rotate sign. And where are we rotating? In here. Times rotate sign. And in here, we are rotating it somewhere. This doesn't matter because you can rotate it in both sense. Maybe I will block it in the future, but I don't think it matters in here. My grind is the it's going to return negative values or not, because we're doing that. Sorry. It's going in the negative, right? Because we are doing the delta. But the delta, we don't really care. We want the absolute value of this, I guess. And grind progress. If it's superior as progress threshold. Spawn output. Okay. Do I want my output to be physical or not? Do I want my output to be physical? It depends if you can move the grinder or not. And I'm unsure if you can move it or not right now. I guess I can always change that. I guess I can always change that. I think I'm gonna do something generic where I just put a bunch of objects. I don't feel like I want to have a separate... I don't feel like I want to have a separate... separate things for all the objects. This is too many, no? How many rings can we get away with? Yeah, like that is pretty cool. Okay, collision shape. .25. The intractable is the same. I guess. Paste. The collision shape is the same. Paste. Everything is the same. Look at my beautiful object. Let's change the debug label. This is an output object. I put that on the grinder. Output object. So when it's outputting, it will do what? It will create an instance, which will be an output object, which will be output dot instantiate. I usually say scene, honestly. I usually prefer to say that it's a scene. I find it clearer. This doesn't have attached script object, scripts output object, class name output object. It's extending rigid body because this rigid body base doesn't have a thing. Okay, fair enough. 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 I feel like my idea of going back to the room to upgrade is fine, but maybe you want to buy stuff. So maybe there's two parts to that. Maybe you can buy some objects during the day and you upgrade only yourself at night. Like part of the interface is not available. That could work, I guess. We'll see that, okay? We need a beautiful little marker to 3D. We love markers 3D. Do you like markers 3D? I hope you do, because they like you. I'm putting this that way because otherwise things will collide with it and it will be awful. Okay, we put it right over there. And we put it like this. I've made my marker 3 on the dating app we deeply in love. I call it output position. Output position, okay? I grab my little output position and I ask him, "Hey, Mr. Output Position, what do you want?" "I don't know, let me know. Let me know in the comments down below. Do I spawn them as a child of the grinder or do I spawn them as a child of the world?" Maybe I spawn them as a child of the world. It's better, right? So in this case, let's do things correctly. Export category. No. Export subgroup. Yes. Dependencies. And in here we have export var. Object container. I think it's better if they're in the same container all the time, you know? I think it's better. What? Output object, yes. You will do add child, instance, and then you will do instance, call deferred, apply central impulse. The impulse will be... The impulse will be what? The impulse will be... output position basis, global basis, x times, let's put a random value for now and we'll tune it. And I think that's kind of it, right? I'm adding it to the scene. I want to change its position though. So object container global position is equal to the output position global position. Yes, I think that works. Look at how slow it is. Isn't it awful? Remember that it needs to go to... It needs to go to 100. So, first of all, let's do a few things. Let's say the threshold is 100, right? The threshold is 100, and the speed at which we go there is 20. Sometimes it jumps. Sometimes it jumps. You see how jumpy it is? This is a good incremental? A lot of space for increments. Okay, let's triple that because it's way too slow. Let's quadruple that. It was what? It was 20. Let's go 10 times faster. Let's go 10 times faster. Control Shift E. Yeah, it's... I could have... Yeah, I was able to... It would have been easier to write that. What? Oh. Oh. Oh my god. I'm doing absolute values. So every time it's going somewhere, it's triggering. Yes. Output object. Yeah. Okay, I understand what's happening. That is shit. So this guy, grinder, it wants the buddies. Let's not fix it for now. Oh, it's slow. It's jumping every time it's coming back. Every time it's in the negative, I don't know. Did it throw something? It is so slow. It's horrible. I was in local space. I was in local space. Fuck me. Basis X. A bowl of meat into space. I don't even see if it's actually outputting anything. The issue could be that it's colliding with the thing, honestly. It could be colliding with the thing. Let's put it like that. It's a good thing that it's buggy, because otherwise it would be really slow. I have no idea. To be honest, I have no idea where it's going. Fuck me. And it crashed. Ah, oh, Godot. Wonderful Godot. Wonderful Godot. What are you talking about enemies? I don't see the enemies. Let's go with a meat for now. I don't know if it will be very different. Ball of meat into space. Yes. Oh, it went into orthonormal for no reason. Oh, stop that, Godot. Rigid dispenser, 2 spawn, rigid body. Hey, I made a mistake. Look, my rigid body base actually became that. Fuck. It's supposed to be a square. So in the game, in the dispenser, we want to be meat. Maybe we'll have a script. Dispenser. I think it's... Fuck! I think it's fair to save it somewhere else. Right? As a separate thingy. Dispenser. Mr. Spencer! Class name. Dispenser. So, rigid spawner. It could have a rigid spawner, which is the rigid body base, and it can have a meat spawner, and basically we'll have a meat spawner for a bunch of stuff. No interactions for that. Rigid spawner, meat spawner, they will be accessed as unique names, and we will have Skibbity Bop. Dispenser, that's more than enough Spencers. Cross-language pun, not sure they work. Good one. Good one. Funk, spawn, meat, amount, int. Okay. For I in range. For I in range. Amount. We'll do rigid. We'll do meat dispenser. What? What did I do? Void. I'm tired. Meat. Spawner. Spawn. Spawn. And you can spawn at the global position that we are in. It is fine, okay? It is fine as fuck. So in here in the game, we'll have a bunch of things, such as the grinder and the dispenser. Those are our friends. Maybe because they're so unique, we make them unique name, right? And so in here, we'll have a function called like start day, I guess. And the start day is, in this case, going to spawn output in the grinder. Not at all. It's going to say dispenser, spawn meat, and amount, I don't know, 10. And I'm starting the day immediately. The problem... So my meat is here. We only have 3 of them. Maybe the other one exploded. The fact that it's a bowl... The fact that it's a bowl is kind of awful. But maybe it's part of the fun, you know? And you don't remember where they are? Maybe it's part of the fun initially. Already I'm having a lot of fun, you know? This is true gameplay. But why do I have so few? Hey, I want to go there. So few, is that a thing? It went into the other direction. Maybe you can play with the damping to make it less obvious it is a bull. It will not be a bull in the future. It will not be a bull. Maybe I don't make it a bull, by the way. Maybe I don't. It's fair. I can make it a capsule. I can do that already. Right? Shit, it looks like a bull. So if it's 0.2, it needs to be 0.2 times 4 to look like a capsule. What is the minimum amount? Yeah, it looks like a pill now. Maybe it's a little bit too big. Okay, that works. Zero? Can I use an actual better number like 07? Yeah. 07. And then I grab this, Mr. Copy, Mr. Potter, and I paste. Okay. That will be a bit better, and I can still, yeah, it's better, but I can still tune the damping. You're totally right, because it's going to have a tendency to do that. You know what? It could be part of the fun also that the gibs kind of move on the floor, and then you will get upgrades that allow you to keep them at the right spot. If it's not too big, of course, that could work. So right now we go really, really fast. I'm not going to do it like that. It's going to be toned down a little. Can we be more efficient? Can we be a little bit more efficient? So the issue you have, I think that can be part of the fun, you know? I think that it can be... Look at how it's moving. I think it can be part of the fun. That initially you have to struggle with the things, and if they fall into the hole, then they're unused, right? They die. So maybe that's fine. Do you plan to have an outrageous amount of physics buddies? I plan to have a lot of them, so we'll see how it goes. Possibly, if I need to have a lot of them, I will need to use the physics server at some point. I think Jolt is pretty good at handling a lot of them by default. So we'll see. I think what I will do in this game, if you compare that to an incremental 2D, where in an incremental 2D you usually have a lot of things happening on screen, I feel like in here, it's more going to be... I'm going to change the systems over time so you don't have to have that many things. But we'll see. We'll see. Let me try to fix that. If the collisions are primitive, yes, Jolt can handle a lot. I will do very simple collisions, yeah. Okay. Let's attach a script to that. Class name meet. the issues I had with my game was a big pile of active physics, but apart from that, it's really great. Yeah. What is your game, Froke? What are you doing in your physics game? So the grinder... the grinder will work, but it's not outputting anything. So spawn output, it needs to consume first, right? So it needs to get something from this. Where is it? Receiver. Yeah, the meat area. I'm working on Project Pit. No way! No way! It's you! Crazy. So cool. I played your game a while ago. When it was not successful. I played it very early. I remember I sent some feedback. Really cool game. Really cool game. The world is small. The world is small. So no physics, but no physics server for you. Yeah, I remember. This is how I got to know you. Awesome. Not that small. Yeah. Only good old Jolt. That's crazy. That is crazy. So any similarities to Project Pit is not wanted. I assure you. It is. The goal is not to make a clone. It looks like it is right now, but I assure you it's not. I had to implement a performance manager to reduce the accuracy of the physics when the physics frames takes too long. Interesting. What is the accuracy of the physics? What do you do? Like, what does that mean? What parameter you change? The max physics per frame, maybe, for example. But you have primitives on your ducks? Maybe you do. I'm freaking tired right now. It's not really that I'm tired. It's more my brain doesn't function anymore. As if it was functioning. No pressure. I reduced the physics tick rates and some other settings I don't remember exactly. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean reducing a bunch of stuff, even on the objects themselves, for example, the amount of collision they report and stuff like that maybe helps. But I'm wondering how impactful it would be to use the physics server. Usually the impact is huge. And even if it was a clone, I have no issues with that. People in the incremental space seem pretty chill about cloning stuff. Cool stuff. If you ever want to talk in a stream or not, like a little chat, because I want to chat with some incremental people before I lock what I do, and I'm thinking about doing it live. You don't have to, of course, but if you ever want to, don't hesitate. Or I mean, I will reach out to you and you will say, because I'm interested in your perspective on incrementals. I don't know if you've done incrementals before, but you're doing an incremental on a 3D incremental, which is still relatively rare, I think. And from what I'm seeing, I don't know your exact wishlist number, but from what I'm estimating, it's relatively high. I would say, I don't know, 50, 60k, something like that, if I remember correctly. Incremental in 3D seems like something that people want, but not a lot of them exist. My ducks are 3 primitive collision shapes. Sphere for the head. Wow, you made it that complex. Capsule for the body, and a small box for the bottom to make it rest upright. I wonder how impactful it is to have 3 primitives per object. Have you ever tested that? Like, reducing it to 1 primitive to see if it makes a huge impact? I intuitively, it feels like it should impact the physics because it's more objects to check. But maybe it doesn't matter that much. Don't hesitate to contact me. I'm always happy to chat a bit. Cool, thank you. Awesome. Same here. Don't care if my game is cloned. Can add you in the incremental Discord, by the way. When I finally decide what I'm doing, yeah. No probs. I don't want to be amongst the giants too early. I'm not exactly sure where I'm going. Okay, can I... We had a lot of sloppers in here. Sloppers. I benchmarked a lot of multiple solutions to reduce the performances while having the general shape of the duck, and this solution was the best I found, but the more primitive the shape is, the better. Yeah. If I can get away with it, I might have, for the meat part, I might just have like a capsule shape, and I'm going to be okay with the fact that it rolls around. And you suggested, or someone suggested, to increase the damping, and I think I will do that, by the way. I will add a little bit of damping on both of them, and I replace the damping when I get them, right? Okay, so my grinder, let's try to go with it. So the receiver in the future will be its own thing. The receiver in the future will be its own thing. But right now it is just a receiver, okay? Oh, Froke, I'm curious. We were talking about if it's too problem. Sorry, let me restart my sentence. If it's not pleasing for you to talk about that in the chat, don't hesitate. Like, don't answer. Because it can be painful to write technical stuff. But I'm wondering how you handle the upgrades, how you handled the different values. We were talking about that with Seto, and I don't know what solution I want to go with. Everything feels a bit clunky, and I want to try to find something that lets me iterate. I feel like you have a more traditional upgrade structure, though. You don't really have... I mean, you do have things that are tied to other things, right? Some upgrades unlock when you have other things. Me when the meat is damp. I never expected my game to have such attraction, sitting at 63k wishlist. That's insane. If I remember correctly, I think when I played it, I said it had a lot of potential, and I think I saw in your game, the 3D makes incrementals more interesting, I would say, especially in the minute-to-minute gameplay, because the interactions are more complex and they keep you busy, especially in a game that has a lot of physics, such as your game. And I think the theme, the kind of like the sandboxy aspect combined with the incremental, I felt like there was something. But yeah, it's always difficult when you're making something. You never know that it's going to be like super successful or not. I wonder if simpler collision shape closer further from the camera would help too. I'm not sure what you mean, Klim. I wonder if simpler collision shapes closer further from the camera would help. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Like you simplify the collision shapes as they are far away? Is that right? I think this is something that games do usually, right? Or even Honestly, you can also get away with freezing a bunch of objects if they're too far, if they don't need to interact. Maybe the solution is be aggressive with how they behave, but I think Jolt is handling that by default, or Godot is handling that by default. When you let objects sleep, that's basically what they do. And so when they're sleeping, they're just not calculating anything. Oh yeah, so mine is not the best. I have an unlock manager that has a big dictionary for milestones, and I use Signal to check those milestones. It's more complex than that, but mainly I use big dictionaries for my values. I set in code directly, and I'm used to those in code value. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's what I was imagining. Sleeping rigid bodies are free. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was imagining. A big dictionary, or a resource system, but then I have tooling to help managing those. But maybe maybe I have the dictionary for the values, and I have the resources for holding the information about that, just to display it nicely. And then I tie them together, maybe using a string. I'm not sure. Maybe I tie them together using the enum, but then it means you have a bunch of stuff to create. We'll see. Don't hesitate to contact me on Discord. I can show you more if you want. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. You're making it with Godot, right? Or I'm completely wrong and you're not. I don't remember if I saw something that looked like Godot. Maybe not. I have to go. I'd be happy to chat more. Yeah, Godot. Okay, add me on Discord if you want. Shit, that's not. Add me on Discord if you want. That way you don't have to share your Discord handle in the chat. But add me on Discord. Yeah, Godot. Okay, cool. Let's do a bundle then. Let's do a bundle when we release. Cool. But thanks for the chat and have a good day. Okay, meet. Guys. Can I focus for a second? Can I stop being an absolute fucker? Please. Meet area. Thanks to you, you can't. Too bad. Goodbye, Frog. Too bad. So, we only want to spawn the output if meet area, get overlapping area. Let's do something else. Let's do func get meet from receiver meet pass. If not get meet from receiver, or if get meet from receiver, because I don't want to early return in here, otherwise I will be having trouble. We can do var. No, I don't want to do get overlapping areas. I directly want to do get overlapping bodies. Overlapping bodies, right? So var bodies, it's an array. Meet area, get overlapping bodies. If bodies is empty, you return null. Otherwise, you do bodies, you pop. Theoretically, you should take the one that is the lowest. So I'll write it here. To do, grab the lowest first. But for now, we don't care. We just pop back. And we return that. Pop back. Shut up, you motherfucker. Get meet from receiver. And you spawn the output. Okay? And so when you do that, you do var meet. If meet, you spawn the output, and when you spawn the output, you want to destroy that. So it will have a destroy function. Maybe. Func destroy. if we want to have like sound or whatever, we'll see. Right now it's just going to do this. Okay. And it's spawning the output. So the output... I really think it should be the global basis. Why am I not using the global basis in here? Right? Let's do something also. Let's make that much faster. For me. Oh shit, it's going to do nothing. Alright, animation done, still 2 more to go. Let's go! We need to have another layer, I guess. Layer name. Meat. We'll put the meat on the layer what? On the layer meat. And it sees the other meat. Grinder. This shit in here, meat area. It's only seeing the meat. By the way, meat, it's bit 3. So you know what we need to do, right? We need to go over here and we say layer meat. We need to define it. Mr. 3, let's fucking go. Munglow, thank you for the shout out. I'm going to get raided, I think. Maybe not. It's fun how it's stopping on me. Oh! I put it inside by doing this. Oh! Only once. Again? Where are you? Shit. Okay, let's try to grind. It went really far, no? Let's do a very small impulse. I think my meat and everything is not... 1 kilo the meat. Maybe it's fine. And you know what? Maybe it's fine. It used one of them. I hope. Let's see if it works when we don't do it. I need to fix the problem though. Every time it's going back to like 180 degrees. It's not resetting because of that. Okay, now let's do something else. Let's just do a test to see if it can feel like it's an incremental, okay? The problem with this is that they're all going to apply at the same time, so it's probably not going to be amazing. What is the best solution to be efficient here? Okay, it's not satisfying, but I think that might be the technique to know what kind of values you need. You work on the thing, you put the values that you need right there, and then once you have your system, you grab the values and you put them onto the global system. Output. That's how I started putting value in the object that needed them. It's a pain when you start having hundreds of to manage. No, but what I'm saying is I put them locally when I'm trying a new object, and then as soon as I'm done, I move them. I don't think I will have 100 parameters per object, and maybe I move them earlier than. Maybe I don't wait for the object to be entirely finished, but part of the object. For example, the movement of my character is already done, right? So movement, I know I can put it inside of the thing. But for example, the holding strength, the throw strength, maybe stuff like that, I don't know yet. Um, 100 in total, but yeah, playtest, then moving it goes away. Yeah, you can make times 100 to see their difference is cool to increment or so. Yeah, totally. That's what I did. Okay. That works. So far, it works. Of course, because we're dealing with a lot of objects every time, we kind of have to... because we're dealing with a lot of objects, we kind of have to deal with spawning them smartly. And so right now, for example, I'm spawning them not very smartly, so there's a little hiccup, but I can spawn them during multiple frames. You can maybe play with the weight bouncing or ×2. It can be fun. Yes. Yeah. You can have initially something where the meat is doesn't stay in place that much, and then you get things to kind of to get it to go where you want. Yeah. I mean, I was imagining a cannon, I think. I was imagining a cannon to throw it where you want. Maybe. Not sure. Or get bigger, heavier, and not bouncing that much. Yes. Yes. Totally. What I was doing, yeah, I wanted to, when this detects me, if body is player, I want to reset the player, so I want to do player, global position, even like global transform, honestly. Is equal to player spawn, global transform. And else we say body Q3, I think. So I'm not sure exactly how it works. I don't think I want to be too close to like berry. So is it giving you money? How do you get the money? Like, is the money getting thrown out of the pit? Maybe it's too similar. Maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, that technique. I want the physics and everything to be a little bit janky, because I want people to abuse it. For example, this could be a strategy, right? Imagine this. This could be a strategy. Come on. This is the rolling strategy. You get an object, you put it in front of you, and you use it to guide another one like that. Fuck, it worked a second ago, but it doesn't work anymore. You see? You do this, basically. And you do that, and you guide another one. What do you think? Should I do... I think one of them clipped under the floor. So it is totally possible, because right now I'm using CSG for the floor and everything, and CSGs are pretty bad with collision. So I'll definitely make that better at some point. It's kind of fun. So the only issue, I think this should be at least there. So I don't know if I'm spawning those objects or not. Oh, by the way, this is the new system for Godot. This is including the new store. Rumble Pack is really cool. We should go to the store page and we should I can't do that. I am logged in already. What do you mean? Yeah, thank you. Rumble Pack. Oh, at icon. Rumble Pack. Can we... You know what I would like on the Godot asset store? I would like the ability to create categories, like create lists. It would be super useful. Like create lists, and then when you are in the engine, you can filter through the list, so you can see all of the things that, like your starter pack, and you click download on all of them, for example. Or even being able to... Can I like them? Can I do something? How do I put a note on this one? Review? Add this asset to your library to write a review. Okay. Personal list would be awesome, yeah. I think it would be useful. What is the library button? Ah, it's true, maybe it's that. In your library. Ah. So at least we have a library. I didn't realize. It would be nice to be able to, like, maybe create a little bit more like more fine-tuning, but those are cool. We can do that. One single list, fair enough, yeah. Can we see it from our library in here? That would be nice if it was, but we are not connected in here. That's why we don't have access to it. Okay, what are we doing? So maybe those won't be physics object. Otherwise it will be difficult. I'm not sure. I don't know if I do a time limit per day. It still lags a little bit, right? Especially because they all collide with each other initially. Yeah. I think it needs to feel empty initially, and the game will open up. You'll not have just one dispenser, you'll have multiple of them. I think that's gonna be the idea. Oh, there's an intruder in here. Look at that. This should be the whole area. It has signals. Maybe. It maybe has a bunch of like consumed amount, int, 0, stuff like that. You see, maybe the logic is done in here. Everything is done in here. That makes more sense. So L if body is meat, reject body, it's a rigid body, right? I mean, it's a meat, you know that. So rejecting is, but you're seeing that way too late. So the whole area needs to be kind of closer. And so you're spawning in Y, transform Y. You're applying an impulse on the body. Apply central impulse. Transform Y times the force, so I don't know. $45. Maybe this is difficult and I need to do it differently. It needs to be slightly rotated. This thing. This thing needs to be slightly rotated. Oh shit. I want basis, not transform. Rotated around an axis. So what is the axis that I want to rotate around? Z or X? I guess X. Don't you have X-axis? I'm pretty sure there's a left, no? Okay, we can do right. And you can do rand F range. This is rad to deg, the opposite, deg to rad. And we want to do... Okay, let's put that somewhere else because it's way too big. Var reject vector 3. So it's the basis Y rotated a certain amount. Times 45. Random range, you want to rotate that between, I don't know, 3 and 7 degrees. And you want to do it like -1 pick random times rand F range. Okay. Do you think that works? We'll see immediately. Maybe the impulse is not strong enough. Because it has a lot of speed, maybe. It's gaining a lot of speed. Is it doing anything? Is it doing anything? Nope. It was a little strong. Just a little. Just a little strong. That's kind of cool. Hey, it just that's okay. I was going to say just that slight angle, it's enough to push them away. That's kind of cool. I guess the impulse could be scaled based on the speed. But it kind of works. If it doesn't work, I could use an area. If it doesn't work, I could use an area. I could use an area to make it work. But it seems good enough so far. What happens if I put multiple of them? Okay, sometimes it's struggling a little bit. So I could put an area that pushes them outward, but yeah, it seems to be fine. 2K wishlist passed. Let's go. Congrats. I have an idea. This works pretty well. Now I'm just gonna finish it. I prefer to kill myself in the hole. Fuck, I'm just here. So this would be the computer. Maybe we can set up that or not. I think I need to go, honestly. It's more reasonable. I have to go see my neighbor's cat. I have to cook something. I can see a bit of particle, like a bit of vomit. Oh yeah, yeah, totally. Ideally, I would even like the hole to be more like something that can move and stuff, but I'm not sure how easy it will be. Not necessarily move everywhere, but like just be more organic. Like a real mouth. Yes. What if instead of a hole, you're standing on the top of a block of houses and you're just chucking things down the gap between the houses, hitting neighbors as the things go down? I mean, sure, but I think I want something different, honestly. I think I want the idea of feeding stuff, but you don't know what it is. It's gonna feel more alive, you know. I don't know. Like feeling this Star Wars worm in the hole. Yes. Do you think that works? I'm wondering if I can do that instead. Oh, that's pretty cool. Like, it's also rejecting you. Like, you can't go inside. It's just rejecting you. And then at the end of the game, you're actually going inside. And it's not rejecting you. I think I like that. You're going there. Oh! Oh, so fucking cool, it works! And... I didn't realize I made this for the other game. Okay, this is cool. I think it can work. Ideally, I would like to maybe try to have metaballs. I don't know how difficult it is in 3D. I don't know how difficult. Hey, Mohammed on YouTube, welcome. I guess you make a shader for that, right? Oh, there is a shader for metaballs. Ah, fuck, no. Each ball center, ball position, and radius are exposed so you can animate them from a script. The surface normal is estimated in the shader. Yeah, so this won't work. This won't work the same way. How are you? I'm doing good. But this could be amazing, right? To have a result like that. For the output. Instead of having an output that is like purely that. It's going to be very similar to... It's going to be very similar to Berry if I output things from the hole that you have to collect. Well, I need to quit the live, sorry, because I got a thunderstorm warning. Good luck with the thunderstorm. It could be that, honestly, initially. It could be that the game, the dispenser initially is a bit far from the hole. And initially your dispenser strength is not strong enough. So it outputs stuff, but it's creating a mess. And you have to pull the stuff yourself inside. It's fine to have that for like the first day, for example. Right? What would you advise? Would you advise me to kind of try to have a minimal first loop? Maybe with nothing else than that? Maybe having a minimal first loop with no juice, nothing. I just try this and see how it feels. And I try to set up a system for the upgrades. Come on, I want the other one. Shit. Okay. Okay. In the dispenser... I'd say so. Not necessarily with upgrades, just sliders to play with values. If I have the upgrades, it's just I can try to have the day, right? That's the benefit I see. I can try to have the day. I can try to have them multiple days and see how it feels. This is kind of awful. You see what I mean? No need of words for that, I think. I mean, to change the values, that's what I meant. This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. Like, initially, it's not satisfying that much because it's producing things, but it's falling on the floor. You have to unclog the machine in a way. It's like really stupid. I mean, you can push them, so it's kind of fine. Just a timed loop or so where you can in between play with sliders. Yeah. Yeah, but... yeah. If I play with sliders... yeah. Automation is a big thing in incrementals, by the way. I didn't think that was as important as it is. Yeah. I'm imagining an automating... I'm imagining you automate the parts. Basically, the way I see it is... the game loop I'm going for is this one. You have a mechanic. The mechanic is janky. You have a mechanic. The mechanic is janky. The mechanic becomes better. But it's still manual. You automate the mechanic to a point where you're not needed anymore. You discover a new mechanic. It's janky. You automate it. Etc, etc. I'm thinking that. So initially you go over there, you grab the meat, you put it over there, you do this, it's slow, it's janky. Then it gets better because you go faster, you have more of them, Maybe you have something to put. I didn't put a basket in here. I could try to put a basket to see how it feels. Then maybe you have something specific to hold them easier, whatever, I don't know. Maybe they even fall into the baskets. What do you think? We can try to do that. Maybe it's gonna catch some of them. Like you can put your baskets before the end of the day, and that way they're all inside. That's kind of cool. Oh! Oops. So this needs to be tuned a little bit, I guess. I mean, it probably works. Yeah, that kind of works. Yeah, I'm sure it will work. The advantage is that it can talk to people that are into... It can talk to people that are into a little bit of automation. Into shop simulators. And into incrementals. You know what I'm doing? I'm thinking designing... When I was thinking designing my game. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's fine also. In your case, automation maybe makes less sense. For some incrementals, I think it's fine that there's not that much automation. But it's true, it's a huge genre. I would argue that this is what idlers are at the beginning. The clickers, like cookie clickers and everything, they're basically that. Okay, I stop for now. I'm tempted to do other things, but I stop for now. I forgot to commit a bunch of stuff, but meet and game. What I'll try to do this weekend, I'll try to add a minimal game loop. A minimal game loop. You need conveyor belts. I'm thinking something else, actually. Let me know what you think. I'm thinking a cannon. What do you think about that? Do I put it in objects? No, it's a different thing. I'm thinking about a cannon. I'm not supposed to do that right now. I think this would be more fun. Hey Tomero, by the way. Cannon would be super cool, yeah. Sorry for distracting you when you're about to leave. No, it's my fault. It's my fault. It is my fault. Speedrun cannon. Speedrun cannon. Maybe there's two ends, but we don't care. Shit, it needs to look at body entered. What? Didn't have an opening counterpart? Cannons are more fun if you plan to go in that direction of instead of a factory. I don't want to be too factory. I want to be a little bit stupid. I could easily just launching some timer for each hazard when you bet score. I know it would be super cool. Okay. I mean, yeah. As you see fit, honestly. It doesn't have an opening counterpart. What are you talking about? Do I really have something instance not declared? Do you think that works? Do you think that immediately works or not? I doubt it works. Shit. Not the first time, because I forgot something pretty important. Ah, I'm seeing the meat, though. That's weird. I'm seeing the meat. Oh, output X. It's possible it's not the right output. No, it is. So maybe my cannon is just not strong enough. Yes. Yes. Looks okay. It's a little strong. It's a little strong. I think what was happening is that it was going through because I was holding it. When I'm holding it, I think it cannot be activated. Yeah, when I'm holding it, it cannot be activated. What? How can it be so not strong? Fuck. How can it be so not strong? Sometimes it's super strong, sometimes it's not. I don't understand. Overpowered but fun. Does that work? Apparently not. It would be fun. It would be fun. Stop! It would be fun if it was throwing me also. I guess. Sometimes the physics being janky is what sells the game. Yeah, yeah. Fuck. Of course. Should have thought about that. But it works. I get thrown with the thing. It's kind of fun. I mean, it's cool. It's cool because people will think about it. I think in this game, it's fine to lean on the idea. If someone thinks about something, then we should do it. I don't know why sometimes the throwing is really, really strong and sometimes it's not. And I don't know why it's not seeing this. The dispenser doesn't work anymore. I mean, it doesn't put the thing inside. Why is that? Oh, because I moved this? What the fuck? How did I do that? Oh, we don't see shit. Where am I? Okay, this is kind of fun. I don't understand why it's below. I don't really understand why it's below. Okay, it's cool. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. By the way, is it going to throw that again? Ah, no. Okay. Maybe it could reject everything that is not. Like elif body is not the output object, then we reject it. Like no matter what it is. Oof. Yeah, that could be cool. So I think I'll work on a simple game loop. See how it feels. It should definitely scale that based on the weight. I think. And I think I need to give two ways to control the objects, like a physics way, and then maybe you can hit a key, and it turns them into, like, you can modify what they're doing, but they can't hold anything anymore. You see what I mean? So you can position stuff if you want. I mean, just that is fun, honestly. It's stupid, but it's fun. I have an idea. I'm trying something. I'm removing the infinite inertia, right? No infinite inertia anymore. That makes it more difficult to move it though. Yeah, we need to figure that out. But what I want in this game, because it's a horror game, some things are going to be discoverable. Oh, but I can just put it further away. I forgot. Exactly. And then you can do something like that. If it's high enough, you can use that as a way to go in here. I'll make the system. I'll make a proper system. I'll do a task. So grinder, it works, right? Click interaction. Try an outline material. I think I don't care. Physics interaction. Take into account weight. I'm gonna say try not infinite inertia and apply impulse. I'll try to apply an impulse. And the grinder rotating, it works, right? So I'm working on the basic room layout and I'm working on the loop. So I'm imagining a few things. I was imagining all along, I was imagining a motor that you can place over there. Basically, instead of having to manually do this, at some point you have a motor, right? But this is when maybe you reintroduce something that is not you reintroduce something manual. Maybe you need oil to make that. You need gas to make that motor function. And to get gas, you can grab some of your meat and put them into something that turns it into gas, and you can refill it in here. So basically you still have manual things to do. It's just that now your output is so much bigger because this is automated. Instead of this being like a dispenser, like not a dispenser, but a cage where you put things, it's like a sucking device. It's like an area that sucks in everything. It's like, and then you put this somewhere, you place it however you want. And when things drop, they go over here and they go, you know, and it's not perfect. So you will have some of the meat that is not in there, and you pick it up and you throw it over here. But with time, because there's like a big area that's sucking them in, you can just do that, right? Sounds cool. You can make your slide push directional too. You can make your slide push it directionally too. Like it goes in one direction specifically. Like when I do this, it pushes it at the right spot. If you need oil, innovate iron, it doesn't work. Yeah, don't worry. You see how it's being impacted by the area now? Well, it's not perfect. You should probably put something that is much stronger. But you can imagine a device that you put all in the same direction. It could add efficiency. Interesting. Initially, it's just a movement system. Initially, it's just a movement system for you to be able to go faster between there and there, and then it's actually it can become a way to send stuff. Fair enough. I like that. Look at this. Oh fuck, I forgot about this. That works pretty well. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm throwing it way too far. That works. Mythic. All right, let's go. I feel like I have a good direction. I feel like there is something. I already have a bunch of ideas of where it can go. I already have a few things for the progression, and honestly, just the few things that we talked about, it's already the progression of like a demo. I think it's enough for a demo that lasts for like probably an hour or so. I guess. Seto, just a question. How do you define... You have like kind of like milestones, right? For example, some of your upgrades are unlocked just because something else is being unlocked. But sometimes you unlock something, or not just about the unlocks, but you have things that change depending on a state. For example, you add a new hazard, right? What is triggering that new hazard? Is it an upgrade? Is it always an upgrade, or can it be something else? Like, for example, if I want to give you another... I guess it's the upgrade, right? Hazard is on the money spent. Okay, it doesn't matter what upgrade you're buying. Interesting. Yeah, I guess the threshold can be defined differently. That way you don't lock a certain progression on a certain upgrade. Okay, that makes sense. I think this will work well. This one will work very well. Like, first one at 300, and the second one at 3000, and the last at 50k. Okay. And I want to manage the pacing independently of the tree. Yeah, it makes sense, makes sense. I guess for some things it makes sense to tie it to the tree, and for others it makes sense to tie it to the general progression, and in those games the general progression is how much money you're spending. It makes a lot of sense. So you have your time of day, you're trying to process as much as possible. You increase the time of day, you increase your base speed, you increase your movement, you increase the processing speed, you automate the processing speed, you have upgrades. That is a demo. That is basically a demo. And in the demo, you have a few things happening from here and there. We have a few things that we can have, like one very simple thing is that from time to time, or at specific days, depending on your progression, I'm spawning something that is not meat. I'm spawning something that is alive, and you have to kill it. And so, what is the thing? It's something that moves around like that. It makes noise so that you know where it is. It moves around. You have to catch it, and when you catch it, either you have to use another mechanic to be able to kill it, or you simply put it in the processor. And when it's being processed, it gives you much more money. Okay, pretty cool. And maybe I give you like a tiny Easter egg, like you with at some point you have enough upgrades so you can jump over there, you can reach a few places and you can see stuff. I wanted to get the big change to happen at 3 to 4 minutes, 6 to 8 minutes, and 14 to 16 minutes on a 25 minutes gameplay. So I've timed it on the global cost of the tree, kinda. Yeah. Fair enough. Theoretically, you know roughly... I mean, you can time it in the sense that if you know how much money is needed to unlock the full tree, and you know how long it takes, roughly, you can decide at what point in time you want things to happen by knowing at what money you want to unlock. That makes sense. And then from here, you might be able to go there, and you might be able to see a message on the dispenser or something. Okay, I'm going to have fun with that. I feel like what I want from the demo is I want the demo to be basically a full loop of automation, where I show you that you can automate stuff and you have a new degree of things happening. And the real game, you will have multiple of those dispensers, for example, and you will have other things to do. I'm thinking, because we have this ground pound, maybe I reuse this ground pound, and what I do is the things that you need to kill, like the thing that is alive, maybe you process it by doing a ground pound on it, and it turns it into multiple meat pieces that are flying around like that. And then you put them somewhere. Just iterating and manage to unlock a bunch of upgrades that boost the income from 300-ish to 1k to 10k to 100k. And hidden behind paywall and branches unlocked by the hazards. Yeah. I'm wondering how far I go with the Goldberg machine, like the Ruby Goldberg machine. Do I let the players place every object? Like if I allow them to move the grinder, initially what they will do is they will just put it right next to it. So I don't think this can move. But maybe the fan that actually pushes down those things right there, right? Or attracts them. Maybe you can put it wherever you want and you don't have to put it over there. And the cannon same thing. You can move the cannon wherever you want. Could be a real cool thing to kill the thing to get the meat instead of the endless throwing meat thing. Exactly. That's the thing. I think I want people to, at some point, have something else to do. And so you start... Basically, you can see it as the dispenser... the dispenser is kind of having problems. Positioning is important for optimization. Okay, fair enough. And so that way there's a bit of testing you have to do. Let the player play with them. Yeah. Fair enough. It's just going to be quite a lot of work, but it's probably worth it. It's probably worth it. Why do I not see anything? It's going to be quite a lot of work to make sure that it works well. But yeah. You can add a refiner after the crusher too, if you want, to add value to the meat too, but it will be more on the production though. Yeah. I can totally work with that. Like, add something else to the process, so that it adding something to the process so it adds value to it. That's true. Okay, perfect. I really need to stop now. I have a bunch of stuff to do. It's going to be very, very cool. I think the moment I have the structure for the upgrades, it's going to be more fun, because I know how I'm going to deal with it, and so I can just do what I did right now, right? So create a cannon, and then just use it in the game and see how it feels. I can prototype really fast. The advantage of using a physics-based stuff is that it handles a bunch of interactions for me. So it can be a bit janky, but it's also really cool in terms of how fast it's going to be to iterate, I guess. I think I'm excited. So far, I didn't do anything in terms of juice and in terms of visuals. So I think I'll try to continue like that. So I have like the minimum loop that I want, which is just it spawn stuff. You go back and you continue. So I can get a feel. And then I need to do some tests, purely visual tests, to see what it looks like. I really need to find something that looks interesting for people. That needs to look eye-grabby, and if I go with something too dark, I think it will not be eye-grabby enough. I think it's a very good thing that they did. Berry has a very distinct art style. That makes you like you know what it is. The moment you see it, you know what it is. But I mean, Project Pit, in a way, is more... how would you call that? In a way, is more your typical game. and yet your typical horror game, and yet it looks people like it too. If I could make 3D, decent 3D, I would offer help. Like, I can do 3D, but not as I do 2D. Don't worry. Honestly, I think I'm confident enough that 3D is going to be cool. That I'm good enough with 3D. That's what I mean. You may try the colorful side too, with blood everywhere at the end. I may try the colorful side too. Yeah. It's an interesting question. I can be in between also. I can be in between. So what do I mean by that is maybe I have some of them on my bookmarks. For example, this is a good example. I think this is cool too. I don't have to be so dark, basically. I can be horror-y, but so stylized that it's less dark. See this, for example. This is way less dark, I think. You see, I can lean towards something that has color and is very crazy in terms of texture. It would be darker to have the alive meat cutesy and whimsical if you have to then kill it. I was imagining something like a chick, honestly, because it's something that happens. If you want the full story of what's triggering this game, I've thought about making I've been thinking about making a horror game about being on a production line for a very long time. I can tell you the twist because you will forget it by then. But the idea was you're seemingly sorting things on a conveyor belt. You don't know what it is. You're just it's just random stuff, right? It appears to be abstract in a way. And you go through days like that, and you start to lose your sanity in a way. You start to lose your sanity, and the more you lose your sanity, the more you start seeing real life. And when you see real life, you realize what you're doing, and you're basically sorting animals, right? The way you sort the chicks in the meat factories. They throw the males into the grinder, and they save the female, I think. Humans, it's humans. For example, it could be humans. Yeah, totally. But the more you advance in the run, the more it's darker, bloodier. Yeah. It could be like that. It would be darker to... So, I was imagining the things that are alive could be chicks. They can be other things, to be honest. They can be other things. But it's true, we can have that contrast of maybe they're cute. They have like big eyes, they look at you maybe, some of them. You know, they're afraid, they look at you, and you kill them. But you can choose to not kill them, by the way. You could choose to not kill them, they're just valuable. They just give you more meat. But I don't have to be that dark. That's what I wanted to say. I don't have to be extremely dark. Or it can get darker with time. This looked really cool. This looks really cool. This looks really cool too. This looks really cool too. This is more classical. This looks cool. I think I can afford to go... I think I can afford to go a little bit crazy. I can afford to go a little bit crazy. If they're skinny, it won't be that much meat. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be realistic, you know what I mean? This looks so good. It can be more dark. More bloody like this. I don't know. Anyway, We have a lot of cool stuff to do. I think it can be... I think I have something. I think I have something. I like the idea of the more we advance, the more it's dark. I like this idea. So maybe initially when you start, it's actually the opposite of being dark. It's like pretty much white. Like a facility, like medical facility, or like everything is sterilized and stuff. And the more you work in it, the dirtier it becomes. The hole initially looks like a normal hole, and then it turns into something that is alive. It degrades over time, kind of like warping your sense of time. You think that you're going through days, but it feels like weeks of progress, because you wake up one day and things are broken, and or they look different. And it can be relatively cheap to do that, because it can be just swapping a bunch of textures. Instead of having something that is clean, you have something that is clean with more like grime and blood, and then it's completely different, and then the lights are out. The lights are out and you can buy lights, for example. Yeah, why not? I need to think about this system. I think I want two systems. I want to be able to buy stuff, and I want something for the upgrades. So during the day, you can go and adjust. If your day is long enough, you can go and adjust. And before you end the day, you can still adjust stuff for the next day, basically. You can do some overtime in a way. You're free to stay as long as you want in overtime. I think it's cool, right? What do you think? I think I have something cool there. Lots of possibilities. It's quite big. That's the only thing I'm afraid of. It's quite big. There's a lot of work. There's a lot of work, but the demo can be focused. I can probably arrive in that in a few weeks. Work on it. I see some splash of blood when the meat is manipulated. At the end of the day, the way of blood you've done. Yeah. You know how much blood has been. Initially, that's why I'm thinking I want to do the output. I want to try to make the output metabols, because initially what I was thinking is the meat that you're processing is just turning into blood, basically. You're turning into or a glue. You know how when you're processing, it could actually be glue, because that way it would be, instead of being gruesome, it would be pink, bright pink. You know the glue, meat glue. If you don't know about that, I'm really sorry. I'm gonna teach you something. The way they do meat, especially for the low quality stuff like nuggets and stuff, is they basically blender everything, like the entire animal, and especially like the low quality stuff that we don't use as meat, like the cartilage, the bones and everything. They turn that into glue, right? I would love to show it to you, but I can't find it. Meat glue pink industrial, what? And so it looks like this weird stuff, and then they're reconstructing meat from that. Well, I can't see it. It looks like foam almost, you know? It looks like something very foamy. Are you ready? If you don't want to see it, it doesn't look that bad, but it looks like meat that is gluey. So if you don't want to see it, please look away. You still have time. Camera, I'm here. You still have time. You still have time because I can't find the photo again. Pink slime, they're calling it. Maybe I can find it. Pink slime. Industrial. It doesn't want to show it to me. Am I being okay? I would like to see the photo. Where is it? Oh my god. I can see it's 1024. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna show you that because I don't know how to do it else. Okay. Are you ready? Let's go. Try me. So it looks like this, right? Especially when it comes from chicken, it turns it into something very pinkish, and it would be cool if the output was like metabols and it would look like a fluid almost. I think it would be really cool. And I was imagining of doing this. And at some point, during the process, you get objects that are not grindable. But what you can do is you can process them for money, maybe, or something. I don't know. Or you have to throw them in a bin or something. Otherwise, you get a penalty or whatever. And then you find a way. You have an upgraded grinder, and this upgraded grinder can actually grab those objects, like an old bicycle, a tire, whatever. You know, those stupid things are falling down, and you can use them as input for your meat. And so you realize that over time you're giving lower and lower quality stuff to people, but it doesn't matter. That's your job, you know. And you're stuck there. I like this idea. I like this thing. Okay, I really need to go this time. This time I'm going. I don't raid anyone. Go wherever you want. I will be live again on Monday, unless I decide to be live during the weekend, but I doubt it. I will probably take tomorrow's off. Tomorrow off for to do something else. What if you get an inspector visit? We need to be careful on the scope, but it sounds like a cool idea. I'm imagining a supervisor that sees you from cameras and that talks to you with an audio device at some point to kind of help with the story a bit. Anyway, thank you for being here. I just launched 1 minute of publicity of ads if you want to stay. Thank you guys. See you soon. Wishlist O.B.O.L. Try it. Buy Lexispell if you didn't. Leave a review if you didn't. Camera focus if you want, please. Stupid camera. What the fuck? There is nothing behind me. It's like nothing. No, not even cats. Anyway, goodbye, guys.